Oh yeah!
Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate. Oh, we're not doing that again today. Oh, man. That took a toll on my voice yesterday. Today we're going back to the Tropical Park, and I forgot to, well, the autosave kicked in, but then I made some changes, and I forgot to save before I started experimenting. So, the stuff I did off-stream actually, like, trashed my park. So I had to go back to the previous save. Hard save. So, we're starting back off where we left at the, or where we picked back up at the beginning of yesterday's stream. So, I don't have the new shop, the ride cameras, the pond, any of that, but it's okay, because I wasn't totally happy with how all of that came out anyway. Maria, welcome! Oh no, it's not a big deal, I'm not even worried about it. I did some experimenting last night, and what we can do, I really want to focus on the entrance to the park. At least for a little while. Let's set the fixed sun so we can see a little better. I'm not going to spend the whole evening, or the whole stream, messing around with this, but I do want to spend a little time. So, these can actually be deleted, and you can add them back in, I believe, create custom. Yep, right here, coach guest entrance. You have to have at least one of these in your park for people to be able to come and go. You also have to have path connected to them. What this here is actually invisible path. So people can walk along it even though you don't see visible. But you have all of this room back here. So how are we going to expand the entrance to the park? Well, the first thing we're going to do is demo some scenery. So the only thing we want to delete right now are going to be paths. We do need to leave one section connected. So we can get rid of all of this back here. All of that, but we need to leave that intact. We can delete that. Oh, okay. Yes, we deleted a little bit much. Let's clear all of this out. And just temporarily... we can build a path to there. Come on, people. You all can go home. There we go. They're turning around and going back. And people can still come into the park. Now, if you don't like the appearance of these, you can actually landscape over them, but you would have to, in effect, create like a tunnel or something like that for people to get in. You can also add more of these, and you can also expand your park entrance, your true entrance per se with the gates. So what we're going to do, the next thing, is to turn paths off, and we're going to clear out nature. Scenery pieces don't count, but of course the trees and stuff do. I don't really want to remove... Oh, we can't remove that because it's... Excuse me, too close to the map edge. So let's just, in this immediate vicinity, clear out whatever we can right here along the edge of the map. I want to leave those rocks in place And I actually kind of do like the palm trees. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to flatten this terrain. Get a moderate size. And that will let us take this all the way back to the edge. Revamping the park entrance is something that I've wanted to do for a while. I think it would be really well suited to give a better appearance. People are coming in or going home. They'll have good scenery. That will also improve their mood. It'll get people coming in excited, and I don't think it would really change people's mind from leaving or not. Let's try. Nope, you can't. You can't even move it. Okay, so what we'll do here is landscape that back over so it doesn't look as kind of clunky. Okay. That should be sufficient for now. And we can add more of these if we want. What we're going to do is delete... Oh, you can move. Delete. And we'll delete these remaining... Oh, whoops. Paths on. We'll delete those remaining kind of miscellaneous pieces of path. The next thing we can do is delete this, but then we'll start getting a lot of errors that people can't access the park entrance. These are the entrance gates. This is the true entrance and exit from your park where guests appear and disappear, like that. They actually start showing up over here for some reason, but they leave all the way through there. Now, let's move you into the actual park. So what we can do now is we'll go back into facilities and add a couple of these buses back here. And if you want to add multiple in the same group, you can do so. If not, that's fine too. So maybe we'll do them separately. But they count as buildings for whatever reason. I don't really like that. They count as full-fledged, like, buildings or scenery groups. I don't understand why, but it is what it is. If you want these visible, you can... we gotta clear that out. If you want them visible, you can also change the color of the buses. For example... And I think 4 is more than enough. So we'll set the 4 back here, basically as far back as we possibly can. Let's connect. Kind of curious about something here. What happens if we build the line? and it kind of builds straight over here. So what we'll do is we'll just tie all of these together, because we need to make accessible paths. Now what we'll temporarily do is move this kind of over here, and then once the other 4 are set up, we will delete that one remaining one. For example, if you do want to keep them, like I said, you could change the color, and the color customization is actually kind of neat. Oh, it's not a scenery group, you need to get the actual bus. So if you want a dark blue bus, you could do that. You could change, for example, the glass or the outline. Add silver trim. You could change the color of the mirrors and all that stuff. And then that changes the wheel well. You can't change the color of the glass, I misspoke there. That changes the wheel wells. Like that. Is how you would customize if you want those visible. So we'll leave that connected for now. Now that we have these established, we can actually kind of come back up here with the scenery, and we'll basically raise it. You have to go slow. Right up over the top of the bus, and then of course you could customize elevation and terrain variation and everything like that within the boundaries of the park. So if you want to dent it in, but you can't do that here, it actually will, whatever is in the circle would affect whatever is within your park boundary. Without it, we just bring this back out and flatten to foundation. Kind of sculpt over the buses, just the tops, just for a start. So because this is still above ground level right here, we would further need to sculpt that. The buses have been standing there for too long. Yeah. That's coming out okay. Terrain right here is actually a little higher, because look how much comes up over the bus here, but over here it's not. Ooh. Okay. So the next thing we'll do is apply a little bit of elevation, just raising it. Whoa. Kind of interesting there. And we can turn the intensity down. We actually should. Maybe to about 30%, so we get a little bit more gradual. And we can always... Next thing we'll do is flatten over a little bit. And then let's go under this and bring the terrain up over here to actually like cover up the buses. But the cool thing is, now that the path is established, you don't have to worry about obscuring the path, because they will remain connected. If you don't place the path first, now you get yourself kind of in a little bit of a situation to where you have to tunnel through and find the bus entrance. Hey, Brawl, Mike, and Gizmo, welcome. Boulders across the tops of the buses to theme them together. You could do that. You can do that. If you want to hide them or obscure them, I don't know how viable of an option that is. I mean, it would take a lot of boulders, and then now you're, you know, dealing with potential obstructions. So people don't leave the park and can live inside the buses. Yeah. This is just the, sometimes I'm fast, sometimes I'm slow, but all the times I walk at regular speed and every day. Yeah, I mean, the buses are just, they're the game's, like, stationary mechanic for the park entrance and exit. You could fill that in further. If we wanted to delete the paths here, you could, and merge them and sculpt that all together. And it always leaves that clear. This gives a little bit of that kind of... That might be a little much. And of course, the less path you have, the more you can... The cave entrances from Planet Coaster 1, was that a thing? Because yeah, as I said, I have played PC 1, so I don't really know how it's set up. But in this game, of course, it's the bus. You have to have at least one connected to a path for people to be able to leave and also enter. And if we want to... You can really put these anywhere in your park. If you wanted to add an entrance gate and another bus to drop somebody off to, like, a different part, I don't think it really is realistic to add buses around every edge or corner of the map, but a lot of parks will have, like, alternate north entrances or south entrance compared to the main one. Trying to leave the engine is running, but it's stuck. Yeah, well, they don't move. They look just like PC1, and I don't hate it. Okay. And you could even do a variety of theming and around it, stuff like that. But this hides them a little better. What we could even do is just black them out. Kinda almost makes it look like a little bit of sci-fi tunnels. It's like going into like an underground crypt. Guest spawners, yeah. Exactly. Alright. And that one there. And you could even number them if you wanted to, but it really doesn't affect anything out over this way. Now, I think the next thing we'll do is clear this out. We're gonna redo this main square. We can actually bring it further back now that there's extended room to do so. Of course, these all need to be connected at some point. So what we'll do is we'll set a stamp builder for the main kind of connecting point. So this would be kind of like your entrance. Here's a funny thing my friend said at Gizmo. I said, yeah, he said, my fish was breakdancing. What do you mean? He said he can only do it once because he's out of the water and he's sleeping for. Oh, that's messed up. 12 hours straight, and I said, I think we need to buy you a new fish. Oh. That's messed up. Okay. Next. Since this is accessible, we just need this one square to where each of these kind of come together. We'll do one more stamp kind of right here. And we'll tie everything into this. Kinda like that. Do I want to see like Ronaldo? What? Now everything is connected. Now the next thing we'll do here is, if this is going to be kind of the main cave exit point, then great. Now the guests are leaving, they're taking the shortest route because this is technically closer than the others. But what we'll do now is delete this line. Until those guests get off the bus, or onto it rather. And now we delete that, and now we can delete that. Now, once these are kind of scaped over, you can't change them. Ah! Okay. There we go. Yeah, I was just doing a shortcut to get there. And by caving all of this in, and I'm not doing all this for all of my parks, just this one here to give it like a little bit more of a rugged and natural appearance. If you look that way, you can actually kind of see how everything branches together. Until we have build a new theme park and make the theme park underground, if that's even possible. I believe it is. Alright, so kind of here's our entrance, more or less. And then what we'll do here is how much we can kind of... Now, what we have to be careful with is to not expand it so much, you know, that you don't get the, you know, the desired elevation effects that you're... Yeah, see how that's exposed? You have to keep it above that. So you just seal that back up. And you can lower it, but you don't want to lower it too much to where it erodes. Kind of like that. So naturally, when you do this, you're going to have a bit of a higher, like, elevation grade for this overall area. And I think for this effect, it would make sense to throw a lot of trees and boulders down. Flatten to surface or chisel. I haven't really done that effect much, but that kind of, I think, helps kind of sculpt the rocks a little more. Oh, we got room to go over. See, right there, we just opened up a little bit of a, we'll throw some trees down there, and let's just raise that slightly. Kind of make that more of a hill. Then, like, kind of mountainous or cliffs or stuff like that. Ooh, oh, a lot of money. Well, you know what? I think that's because I built on that day. I think that's when the new coaster and rides were added in. So of course it's going to take a loss for the day, as long as it's not a long-term do like that, actually. So I'd like to preserve that. We have a little bit of room to work backwards. Well, there's a tree. That's one that I believe that we cannot delete. Yeah. The next thing we can do is just do a little bit of a smoothing effect. Now, don't like how that came out. Let's bring that up a little bit there. Headpiece, ears, face piece, body piece, both arms, both legs, tail, add that crown if you want. This is how you make my emoji cat. There's 31 what? I'm not really sure what you're talking about there. Alright. Then what we could do back here is just very slightly Alright, and I think that looks go with it. Smaller. Definitely more gradual. And then, if we wanted to relocate these gates, you take all three of them and just move them kind of backward. And then what we would need to do is stamp scale 1, add each of those in. And then if we wanted to, we could actually widen this and do...
Hello?
Ah! Duplicate. And line them up like that? Or... if we got rid of those... oh, now these people are stuck. Okay. And I like that. And then we can remove that, and then we'll go back into this stamp builder. 1, 2. That's pretty well centered. And then paint over it. Go. And then from here we'll do a line builder. And you could even put like an entrance. It's not 100% parallel, but it's pretty close. Or symmetrical. And then over these, you can do blueprints. You can do custom like entrance structures if you wanted to. For example, let's go into Planet Coaster. And you've got this small archway, or you've got a larger one. It's actually pretty cool. If we did resort, some of these are fairly large if I remember right. Yeah, like that there. That's a good size, but you can also double these up if you wanted. You could even do like a choke point in a sense. But anything that constricts your path could be a little bit of a problem. So I would say temporarily we do that. Problem is you'd want to put these probably further back, which we can do. Oh, you have to delete the path to replace them. Okay. Quite a crowd coming and going there. He got a little bit sunburnt. he was running. Wow. That's a more narrow... Yeah, that's... like 2 paths wide. That's also only 2. So yeah, again, you can double these up if you want. I believe that you... Let me see. Oh, they have ferries, actually. So, for like a water theme, if you want them to, you know, enter the park over a bridge, for example, you can do that. You could paint the ferries. I did not know those were there. Entrances. Oh. Oh, look at that! And then you have the ability to place individual entrance gates. That's awesome. That is so good to know. Build a Ferris wheel as the first ride right in the center. That's not a bad idea, Gizmo. Now, I'm curious how that works. If you do that... Let's just experiment for a moment. Let's connect that. And people enter that way, maybe? If we cut this off... Oh! I wish I knew that, because then we wouldn't have to mess with all of this stuff. They just enter or disappear, you know, from that platform. Okay. Well, that's good to know, because then we have less terrain to sculpt, other than just the elevation in the back. Man. Now, the question is, I believe they still have to have these gates. Because that's where you control the... Well, I mean, you can get to the settings and stuff from park options. Yeah, you can do all of that with that there. So I guess technically you could get away without having these. Actually, I'm not sure about that, because that counts as like a... Like in this case, this person's going to the... Oh, she got busted by security. If you want a burger, eat a burger. If you want a fries, eat a fries. I don't think they sell fries. One of them might. I'm not certain, though. Does she come in? No, she's turning back and going back into the park. Okay, interesting. So that's really good to know. Now, I don't know whether that counts as a... Park entrance gate. Yeah. So we could experiment and see what's required. But that actually... Now we can delete half of these. And do, like, one at a time through entrances. Custom entrances, or even the... So let's actually do this. Let's do the park entrance. I'm almost wondering if I should restart and just kind of redo that. Then we don't have the need for all of this back here. Actually, this is really neat because you can go, whoa! It is a bit dark. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that's the fourth one, the third one, and then you go that way to get to the other two. I don't even know where the other two, or where the very last one was placed. Oh, we sculpted over. It's totally dark back there. Heading out, Gizmo. Have a great evening, alright? Oh, that's where that one is. Oh, they do spawn from that. Okay. So you could really set those anywhere, kind of in sight or hidden, as well as the buses or the ferries, if you want them to start, like, over, you know, water on a bridge or something. So, with that in mind, let's just redo a couple things here. And I said I wasn't going to spend, oops, a lot of time on this. If we place further back, yeah, so guess we'll very temporarily be cut off right there. We can do like a rounding effect. Alright, let's slap a couple gates down. I don't think we can go any further back than this. So we're just gonna delete that piece very quickly, just for like a placement reference. And there. now they're doubled. Of course, you delete the path right here and build... Let's try that. So what we'll do... Double stamp. I'll line them up right along the wood there. And there's actually a little bit of an overlap. That looks like it works fine. And we'll do the same thing over here. And then I'm not going to mess with the entrance stuff any further, because I have other things that I want to do. We'll focus on this stuff over here, but I'm not going to mess with like what I mean is the interior. Now what we'll do is delete that. All these people will go through that gate, or the other one. With 7. Right up like that. And then what we'll do is the same thing. Oops, facilities, not scenery. two side by side.
Ja.
They're pretty symmetrical there. Same thing for now, we'll get that connected. And then we'll use a brush customize, railings off. Oh, so yeah, those railings were not part of the scenery. Okay, yeah, I didn't think they were. And you can always, you know, change the text and everything as well on that. And we can go in and find the speakers and turn that music off if we want to. Oh, these also, the entrances, this is nice to know. They supply a little bit of power and a small amount of water. So that's a nice little trick. these don't line up totally perfectly. But that's fine. Okay, there's... Let's delete those. We'll place a speaker kind of somewhere in the center. And, those are actually almost perfectly lined up. They're not perfect, but they're very close. So, I mean, if we wanted to, we could spend even more time, but I think for now they're fine. Now, and we can work all of that out. What we might do is get rid of the buses. I'm gonna rescale that there. Liking the entrance? I'm currently playing Planco watching you. Shem, welcome. Awesome. Alright, tell you what, I am gonna just go ahead and undo all of this. Undo all of that we did at the beginning. And here is how we can change all of that. Is we can just add the platforms kind of back here hidden, and then we have nothing to worry about with the terrain. So we'll go into stamp build 2. See how we're getting all the errors now. People can't enter or exit. They're not connected, but there's just no entrance. So let's go back into here. We'll slap down a couple of these. We'll rotate them. I don't think the orientation of them... Oh, yes, it does. No, maybe it doesn't. 2, 3, 4. And without the terrain in the way, what we can do is actually move it even further back, giving ourselves kind of more room to work with. Of course, we have these cliffs that we'll still want to clean up. But now people are coming and going. That went a tiny bit too far. Oh, those are not 100% symmetrical, so that's what that there. And if we really wanted to, slide it backwards a couple hundred feet. And rotate it very slightly as I can see the alignment. Uh-oh. Haha. We would need to make sure that the roof gets, added. Is every part of the building selected? It looks like it. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, now it's taking everything with it. Alright.
Io stimi capa senza l'aria.
Oh.
Now if we want to rotate it again. may not be 100% even. Park rating went way down, I think, because people were trapped. So, I mean, reality, you could shut the park down. Would be the easiest way to make these changes with the least impact. Let's go in. That is pretty symmetrical to me. It's not 100%, but it's close. And yeah, we're at the map edge, but whatever. Alright. There we go. now we've got a, in my opinion, a more presentable entrance, and now that it's connected, our park ratings immediately back up to about where it was. I did not intend to spend over an hour on that. But, oh well. Now, if we want, we can sculpt all the terrain out the way that we want to. The other option is we can just cut it off here by doing this. Delete those stamps. People still get on the pads and just disappear. Looks like that's a little bit bugged. And you also do have the ability. Maybe not. Maybe we should add those back in. That adds them back in, so they can't go behind it. Okay. Alright. Let's add that back in. View of the park from there. We could customize the signs up top to say something different if we wanted to. Definitely would be interested in learning how to do custom entrances. I mean, I've seen some incredible ones, and I'm not there with that ability, but at some point maybe we'll get there. I gotta step away real quick, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about the delay there. And if we ever wanted to, we could expand even further.
Comment ça vous parle de flou?
May everyone offer
Lualo Methan Bonner. Woohoo, bonfire.
Flammen, prego, porto favor.
Keratospherolis?
That's the only thing I wanted to get rid of. There we go. It's that one miscellaneous remaining palm tree that were on each end, and we had to delete the ones in the middle where they connected. Alright, next thing we're gonna do is focus on kind of this main plaza. And for now what we'll do is a temporary loop just up to there. Wait. That should have connected. There we go. Kind of wonky. That might have to do with the elevation. And we'll do the same thing out over this way. That one went together seamlessly for whatever reason. Now they have temporary paths around them. My thought is to do some sort of parallel statues or fountains of some sort, so we can go into the scenery and let's just take a look at, if we go into the Planet Coaster theme, and we can always change what's in the flower boxes if we wanted to. Is it possible that these were... Oh no, that's the resort centerpiece. Oh, so it was... Okay. and you've got the short thing there. So we can do a couple custom statues in the center. What I think we do here is cut it down to 3, and what we'll do is just temporary stamps to align. Kind of as the centerpiece. Leave those open for just miscellaneous scenery. These will get boxed over once we redo the paths further. But I'm gonna see if we can make a duplicate of this. Queen Splash statue. Alright. We have the rotating platform there. So let's go into custom. And I believe this is going to be the planet coaster. So we'll look for a statue. Rocks, statues, and centerpieces. Here we go. Let's see. It's King Coaster statue 1, 2, 3 would be him kind of rotating on top of the platform there. And of course Queen Splash floating in the pool. Other option is to replace that with a... Oh, that might be a little large. Yeah, okay, so tell you what we'll do here. That one's actually smaller, so I think 3 would be the right size for... Yeah. Oh, here's the other thing we can do. Advanced move, and let's see, scales at 158, and we can lower that if needed. So let's go into scenery. Back to where we were before. The other thing we could do is add smaller versions of these. I like those better, actually. Oh gosh. That's kind of pivoting, not really the way that I want it to. Oh, you can change the color of the crown and the coaster and stuff on him. That's the platform. That's his hands. You can change the hands. Alright, and then let's do advanced scale. Oh, they do have a symmetry tool. We forgot to hit accept on that. Okay. Now she does rotate around the water platform there. Let's go down and find Queen Splash. And she rotates almost in a fixed form there. Interesting. Tell you what, let's do this. We do want it attached platform and spin. And the other thing we can do is lower that. That's pretty good. So what we'll want here... water shapes. It's a 4-meter square. We could do another 2-meter square down here if we wanted. Scale it to 50 meters, or 50%, that way it's... Oh. We don't want that to rotate, though. Actually, 2 meters might be the right size now that I'm looking at it. And let's make sure that it is fully aligned. Now we just lower it. Perfect. And let's just duplicate that, and we'll place it over here. We'll make sure it gets added to the building, not to the rotational. Ah! We want the 2 meter, is that lined up? Is not. It is now. We'll duplicate that, add it to this one. And same thing here, we'll slide it into place. good. Alright. Now we'll lower the statue. The rotation is good. But we just... oh, shoot. Nope. Let's readjust that a little bit. It's okay if a little bit of that's kind of sticking up. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Same thing there. Great. And we can rotate those to be kind of offset. The other thing we could do is change the pictures. So let's clear that. We go into the resort theme. Oh, excuse me. And then we have... we could even move the flower to the opposite side to make it symmetrical. I'm curious if these would... possibly... Uh-oh. And we could go in and add. for whatever reason, I accidentally placed the... Alright, there we go. Let me go ahead and save while I'm thinking about it. And we'll figure out where we want to place these exactly in a little bit here. I think what we can do now is reconnect these paths. From here, what we'll do is a curved path. Kind of up into there. Kind of like that. Now we have a nice level, ground level path. This person looks lost. We have kind of this little plus sign. Not quite, but close. And maybe what we do here is put the statues around that. I feel like this is finally starting to kind of come together. And we'll find somewhere to relocate all of that. Next, maybe we widen this bridge. We might redo that now that we have a really long kind of park entrance, kind of walkway. But maybe tell you what perhaps we do now is let's actually go in and deal with the... Oh, ha! Miscellaneous speaker, I forgot about that. Okay, that's cleaned up. Oh, these are large 3x3s. Just checking the overall areas of the park right now to see everything looks like it's running okay. Alright, let's go in and take a look at unique attractions. That's what some people need. Guest thoughts. A lot of litter. Some people wish they had more rides. Souvenirs low. I'm happy with how that came out. We'll add some trees and stuff. I think what we can do is get rid of these. I don't really think we're gonna re-add them anywhere. They really detract from the scenery score. If we decide that we want to add any isolated counters, we can just place them in other areas later. Could add TVs over here, that would be kind of funny. We might end up having to expand this. The park gets really busy, we might need multiple entrances and stuff. Alright, we'll come back to that and figure out exactly how I want to landscape that. Whoops. Alright. Let's add... some benches for people to sit, and some trash cans, and never hurts to have a an extra janitor cleaning up trash and stuff. We'll come back to all of this scenery in a bit. Oh, let's add the on-ride photos back, because I forgot that those... Yep, hadn't saved when I added those in. Alright, so let's go add ride photo camera. And what you want to do is place it somewhere where all three of these, ideally, all three of these are in the green. Out of that helix could be a cool spot, but I think on this first drop was, or the first drop after the mid-course, well, second drop, it's the first airtime hill. So let's do that. Best photo, yeah, that's a really good spot for it. Then you get the default car. And of course, the camera position doesn't change for each car, but you can just see kind of how it looks. Alright, so the camera's placed. The next thing we would want to do is add a photo kiosk, which we'll come back to. That's a good spot there. You can rotate it a little bit. Whoa. And generally, I've found that about 70% is a good spot to zoom in. In that case, even 65% is fine. Now, the next thing we need to do is add a kiosk somewhere. Oh, look at that. A lot of stuff that's been vandalized. Either that or just a lot of people are going to it. So let's actually pick her up and let's try to get some of that cleaned up. Now, let's see if we can get her up here. Oh, and you can change their colors too. I think you can change the individual. That's actually pretty cool. Alright. Actually pretty happy with how that has come out. Could even put a sign on the back that says thanks for visiting or something like that, you know. If we have to add additional ones, that might make this kind of complex, but I don't think we would need to. Alright, so for these two rides, let's go ahead and add a photo kiosk. So what we'll do is go in. We'll do just a regular shop shelf for now. And it's not a bad idea to just place it a little bit back off the path. We go into facilities and it's in souvenirs. And there's an icon for, there it is. Now we connect it to the ride. Oh, we already have one. I can turn shop radio off. Takes a little bit of a hit to the scenery score, but that's not bad. And we have connected photos now. We'll need to do the same for this ride over here. So I think temporarily what we'll go ahead and do is... the same thing for now. We'll set this one further back.
Gela is. Doing a purpose to grow.
That's good. The other thing we could do is add screens.
Uwe Cooper and those crimsa?
Looks pretty soft.
Purpose say a darben nail and I owe.
Like having Billy Shield.
Yellow boat is
Har den fick alla med?
Honda de Avonce.
Museet?
Hey, Mel, you want it?
Damo lustron. Kulutsa.
Oh boy. Take a little correction.
Slammet in pröv och
Air
brott och
Traveler,
sabor.
Alplamugapa 1.
Kan hon levela?
Keto to Sparrow Lease?
Sana lang over the song.
Even så vi på Nöli.
I very good
Oh gosh.
Ja. Let's revamp the class. Bila oma tapeti restaurant?
Almost done, Pepe. Det är ju läge.
Hello.
Abud.
Vad säger du?
Hemos Mountain. Lanu Anta Hakarza.
Okay. We'll try to click on the TV itself. This gets a bit difficult once you get that in place.
O ma wun tau vâng. The Holland o Global Tama.
Now you just connect it to that. You can add multiple TVs for all the different rows and everything. Okay. And if we wanted to do the exact same thing over here, I think what we could do is just click those two pieces. What did we just do? Nah. I don't know why that wasn't wanting to select that there.
Är det så larma? Você är så via.
Ualo Mepin Bonner. Woohoo Bonner.
Gela is. Doing a breakfast cigarette.
Excuse me.
Tapapino cuevas sumsi edge. I have to say, hello?
Good is the nupa.
I do not Stefan Mel.
I das av en hello, ja.
Tapsamel for rain.
Verfaila mafuni als nupa.
Come on, the Wupel the Blue.
Vute oe nube corbaner.
That's pretty good there. Alright, so we got the two photo shops. We could do the same for over here. Maybe we'll do that later. Alright, we'll continue with that. Alright. And what I'm thinking about right now is possibly redoing some of these shops over here and expanding the water to come out. Make the bridge slightly larger. Finally have an idea for how I want this, layout to go. And it could go all the way back to what is pretty much the center of the park, if we wanted to. We'd have to relocate a few of these shops. Might narrow that a little bit. Maybe not, though. We may relocate the monorail a little bit. Could even create an entrance from over here rather than right there, just, having to go across the bridge. Would love to reconfigure this. If there's a way to do so, we could have it kind of tie in just beyond that pathway. Would like to do the same with that ride. Lines aren't really an issue right now, but they could be later. That's a little bit better of a plaza. setup, but still not ideal. And then we have to develop all of this and expand. Got a lot of room to expand still. Yesterday I had made like a large kind of lake with a few small islands, kind of for a pirate themed area, so we could experiment with the scenery. We may do that again. I haven't fully made my mind up on that. Alright, let's take the water away just for now. And let's do a little terrain work. And we can figure out where we want this water to go exactly. we could try to tie that in. So for right now, the water reference is right there. Or we could leave a little bit of a walking path over this direction. And that's about right where that was, I think. Yeah, because that's... Oh, gosh. Yeah, we just flooded the park again. I don't know why that's doing that. Whoa. Well, let's do a quick undo right there. Yeah, I think the water level that we had before was correct. Yeah, that looks pretty accurate to me, so with that back in place, yeah. Oh, that's a little exposed. Okay. So now we kind of have a little bit of a channel, kind of running through here, which is what we want. Let's do another quick save. I know the autosave kicks in, but in case I mess anything up and the autosave hits, I want to be able to go back without losing too much, because that was a problem yesterday. Alright, we have that connected over here. We're gonna demo that. And what we even could do here is widen this bridge. Whoops. Tie that back together for now. Oh, and that actually angles off. Well, not trying to send anybody into the water on purpose there. Alright. And all of these are just straight stamps. They should be. That's pretty funny. Hey, what's the most popular ride? I will look in a second. So, based on yesterday, this had 5,600 people ride it. Ooh, that's a lot. That had 3,500. This back here only had 1,200. That had oh, wow, that had 2,900. I would have thought this would have had more people, but it is all the way in the back of the park. So in terms of coasters, it's definitely Kraken. That had 1,500. That had 500. Now, if we wanted to count these water slides, 1,000. Each of these had about 1,000. Yeah, so Kraken is number 1 right now in the park. Probably because of its location and the theming. I mean, the excitement score on this is higher, but probably with this, the location. And it's also, I mean, in terms of location, that kind of goes two ways. Number one, it's the first thing that people probably, yeah, would see when they get into the park. I mean, you can see both coasters, but this is definitely, it's closer to the entrance. It's more so on the main throughway as of right now. And closer to other popular attractions like this pool and the slides. Everything over here is a little bit disconnected, isolated, and I want to try to fix that. So we could try rebuilding this plaza next. Although I'm also thinking about trying a couple things here. Right here where we have the water. Alright. Now it doesn't have really a foundation. Oh, that's cool. I didn't notice that, but along the foundation, or the edge, really the curb, it's the Planet Coaster logo. That's actually cool. If we wanted to take that off... Whoa! We definitely should add railings of some sort. Now it's kind of got the brick. But then there's... Yeah, you can see the little piece on the ground where it transitions. I wish it didn't do that unless it was... Yeah. With a bridge this size, I think it probably just makes sense. And we can check out the different types of railings. Oh, and you have the area ability to change the... It's a metal railing. Painted metal. I didn't really notice. Oh, okay, I see it. Oh, and then it's got right up here, it's got like the Planet Coaster orb, sorta. Hey Dale, looking extra good. Rad, I appreciate it. I suppose what we could do is add additional rails. Like right here you can change the color. So now you have a white. I kind of like the idea of like a rustic brown. Yeah, that looks good. That actually blends into the wood quite nicely in my opinion. Water's not... It's actually pretty high above the... Or pretty high up. Like just barely below. Especially with the supports on. So what I'm thinking about doing here would be putting some sort of like a water effect. So we could go in and look at that. We could do fireworks right there. That would be funny. That produces quite a those are... Fountain jet really doesn't do anything. So if we wanted something else... Underwater bubbles? Yeah.
Yêu chặt chàng vì là
On the casal? Perfect.
If we wanted to do... like a water splash. Yeah, they're not quite level there, so we'll have to figure out placement for that there. Almost thinking we paint over the pond, or not the pond, the river, rather. doesn't look great with the underwater grass, in my opinion. I know I'm not really doing a lot of like action stuff. This kind of more. Kind of just landscaping and scenery stuff. But and I didn't really want to show that much yesterday. But I figured, you know, why not today? It's a little more laid back, and then you can also kind of see what goes into making a park look. You know, more scenic, more elaborate. As good as this one. Hopefully, that does. That's my goal, is to make a nice looking park. This is the first park I've been heavily, you know, invested in. Oh, you can't modify the... Yeah. I wish you could. Like, if you wanted to raise or lower the terrain underwater, you would be able to without having to remove the water from it. But, eh. Too much. This larger brush. That's helping us knock out more area underwater. any areas that we have sand, we can always kind of shade those back in, because I really don't want to mess with that too much. It's like a blend of sand and rock there. And then, of course, once you go deep enough, you can't even really see the bottom. It doesn't really matter as much. We could deal with all of that later. I think that looks much better. I'd even thought about the possibility of raising the terrain to make like a small strip of land just for some miscellaneous scenery. It goes pretty deep over here, I think. Maybe not too much. I'd try to fix all of that up over here. Okay. What we could do there is throw down a couple blocks of scenery. I feel like that might choke the path a little bit too much, though. So let's do... shade that with more vibrant grass. Patch up some of the dry terrain there. So wonder if that's lowered right there. Yeah.
Má cho làm đẹp đấy.
You know what? It's caving in, I think, because of the water in the proximity to it. Yeah, it still flattens that. Okay. We don't need that railing. I wonder why almost everybody's favoring this side of the path. I wonder if it's because they're trying to go to different attractions on that side. But I'm not totally sure. I'm gonna step away real quick, and we'll be right back. Alright, we're back. one thing I want to do is figure out kind of how I want to configure all of the... You know what? I think this water is the same elevation, as a matter of fact. Speaking of terrain, we'll sand that over. We could even blend a little bit of rock into the sand at a later time, because we'll have to work on all of that over here as well. But I'm almost thinking that we just tie these pools together. I think these are actually at 2 different elevations. Be cool to connect everything. But that might end up messing with this. The water level comes up. And especially because some of the track pieces get extremely low on the water here. So maybe we keep them separate.
Once a jeune personality.
Alright, let's slowly start tearing this up and realigning everything. We may reroute the monorail. Or, actually... let's undo all of that for now. Maybe we should focus on Can relocate a shop temporarily if we have to. The one thing I wish I'd done, started to say did and done at the same time, and that don't come out right, would be to isolate this a little bit away from the center. Because if I wanted to turn all of this into like the water park area, and then you just have this, you know, this coaster right here in, not even at the edge, but really in the middle of everything. While I'm looking at that. Smooth that back over. Maybe it would be possible to build out here. Yeah, we could do that. The next time we change this ride, we'll switch the station and build the queue out kind of this direction so that everything out here is left to be the water park. Let's check the... Oh, the ride is in good condition. That's in great condition. I don't want to mess with that right now. We could even do the same thing with this. We'd have to build the path out this way and expand more over here before we did that. But I think that would be a viable option. Especially if we do end up tying this water in. Because then we can just connect it kind of over here. In fact, what's the status of this? Low. Alright. It's not even getting a lot of attention right now, so let's consider that. That way I think what we can do is just focus on a lot of terrain over here and expand, you know, with more pools, more water rides. We'd have to do the same thing with Kraken to isolate it a little bit, but I don't think we need to worry about that now. In terms of like changing the layout of the pathing. But whenever we shut this down, that would be a good time for that. We could just pick the scenery up and relocate it to anywhere we want over here. We would just need to have paths connected out this way. Which would require a lot of reconnecting stuff. But we'd need to add things over here so this wasn't too isolated. And what I think we may do is redo the monorail. Because you have this kind of scenic area over the water, and then you've got this giant just beam of concrete with pillars of concrete going right into the river that we just widened and took the effort to make look a little nicer, a lot nicer. And I think we could change the configuration of this to actually place it over here. Have it run more along the edge of the park, perhaps. And that would make it easier to expand into multiple stations in the future. So I think what we're going to do is relocate a bunch of these solar panels out of the way. additional room for water rides and stuff like that over here. So let's do this. Let's move... Where would be a good area out of the way for all of the solar panels, including these? And I'm wondering, would it be worth raising the terrain right here? Because right now on the ride, all people see is solar panels in the back of all these buildings right here. It's not much to it. So tell you what, let's actually do that right now. Without making it too high. Let's reduce the intensity and the size. Because I think we'll lower that. Don't want it to interfere with the ride, of course. Let's do auto. Could lower that or smooth it a little bit. And we'll just have to keep in mind the level of the water. We actually... Good reference point, the water level is right between those two columns coming out of the corkscrew. So we could actually take the water out temporarily. We even could expand this, the water to come out, kind of. Oh, that could be a fun effect. Don't want that to come out too far. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that idea. And then we'll route the paths under the final brakes. Alright, and we'll get rid of that tree. We'll actually relocate it. That can stay. Only going to lower immediately around the helix. That's our reference point right there, so we don't want to touch anything over around those beams. We can raise that. We just use a slightly smaller brush. Move that there for now. Yeah, that actually, the water doesn't come up that high. Over like the shallow tide pool. That helix, I think, should be banked more. Could put boulders right down there or something like that. Ride has almost no weight. The service badge is active, but when it expires, that'll start to drop, and the ride will need a refurbishment here pretty soon. At which point, we'll probably route that this way. We'll have to come out over the or around the water. So it may make more sense because this doesn't have really high ridership right now. So it may actually be a good idea to focus out that direction. Excuse me. A hiccup. There's the tide pools back there. Okay. The other benefit to doing this is if we do drain the water to change it or anything like that, we have a better reference of where the water should cover. We can blend the areas too. Haha! Oh, while we're at it, we could level those rings out. Oh, I was gonna say it looked like a really deep part, but I think it's just the shading. We can always blend that back. We could connect that. Why not? Let's do it. We've already got it out. sand from the rock there. Alright. Where... Okay, here it is. This is a good reference. Alright, let's hope we don't flood... Oh no, that is, That's perfect. Could still probably do a little rock touch-up along the edges, but I think for now that is sufficient. We'll leave this as is. We'll have to set up a bridge for people to cross if we're gonna route all of the dry rides around the center of the park. I don't know, maybe we even, split that into a larger island at some point or something. That's just below the surface now. Okay. Well, at least we know where it is. We can fix that later if we, or adjust it if we want. Alright, let's do another quick save. A regular save as opposed to auto. So this here is going to have to get moved. Especially if we want to route the water like that. I'm pretty happy with how that came out. We can sculpt around that. Is the monorail really carrying people? No. Well, there's a few getting on it. There's, what, 4 people there. That train's totally empty. That's one way it would be nice to have preserved this, but I don't know. It's not too late. We can always move these back or forward a little. I'm not going to touch the entrance. Give a little bit of terrain, just enough for the ride to pass. Right at the very back of the park. A lot of opportunity for improvement up here at the front. Let's start working on cleaning this area up. So what I think we'll do... No, tell you what. Let's find a suitable location for these. Maybe right back here. Let's leave those. Let's move these. We'll clean the lines up. The other thing we could do is just build brand new ones. Yeah, tell you what, even right back here along the park edge, or close to it. That way, if we want the monorail to pass back here, there's... let's just go ahead and relocate them. And we'll do that. We can line these up a little better here. Look at all of the cables. We'll redo some of that. Yeah, we'll level some of that out. And we can fiddle with terrain as needed later on. Alright. That is 30, no, 29, and then 32. We can just actually delete these. Don't really have a need for the small ones. And why not? I'll do the same thing right here. For each of these, I guess we probably should have flattened the area first, but whatever. Oh man. Next thing we're gonna do, we may have a short power failure, so I want to do this with the game paused. I haven't really taken advantage of the ability to do that. Let's go custom, and we're gonna demo every single one of oh boy. Gonna have to take a point to each of these and trace the line. Alright, we'll work on that in a bit. More importantly, I think, is to get all of these connected. And we'll set up a staff room over here. We could probably connect our water facilities in a very similar way. Which one was broken? Okay, it's up here. So we need to get a maintenance member to fix that. Alright. This is just like a big spaghetti ball of cable. Oh! Alright, yeah, let's definitely clean this up before we resume. Because that way we can tie everything back in. Alright. Now we know the one that we need to keep. Demo all of these broken lines. Now I wonder if those dots are permanent, unless... Yeah, maybe they are. Alright, so what we'll do is go in, and I'm actually going to clear this last one out. And the reason for that is so I can route them... Oh, that's such a mess. Alright, and here's how we're going to do this. Connect all of these that way. We never need to expand. We can... Alright. And what we'll do from here... is if we have to move that... Here's the other little hint. Each gate provides a little bit of power. Alright, and now everything is connected. And yeah, we're good to go. Now the other thing we need to do... Now the question is, where did our mechanic, who was over here, go? Other thing that I think we should do, well, I know we will need to. Set up a small staff room. Because I don't think we'd ever have more than... Let's see, do we wanna... Because we could always expand the facilities out that way. Yeah. Oh, there needs to be a distributor over here. Alright, so now that that's set up, where was my mechanic that I just hired? Servicing Mako. Oh. How'd she get over there? Looking for work. Well, if you need something to do. Yeah, let's get that taken care of. And we could kinda Oh gosh. Ah! I don't know what I just did there. Yeah, we'll fix all this. I think that's gradual enough. What we can do is maybe... That should be significantly better. Now you just have this one worker hanging out around there. Could even screen that from like park guests with just a bunch of trees and rocks filling this area up. And it may almost make sense to just add all of the water facilities as well. Like the wells or water towers or pumps, etc. in that area too. I think maybe what we should do move this whole thing maybe temporarily just somewhere these people have to go pretty far at the moment, so let's just We'll set that there. And again, just on a temporary basis. That'll get relocated. We have a ride attendant not doing much of anything. Another one. But they're happy. That's a distributor's. We don't even need that connected to anything here. Yeah, so my thought is move some of these shops possibly somewhere over here. Oh, we're gonna have to find a way for them to get over this way. Ooh, I just thought of that. If we're gonna box all of this off for, like, the water park, then we probably need to route them out and around. Or we could have them go this way. Kind of past the monorail station. The other thing, let's go ahead and demo this. Since we don't need it anymore. Yeah, I think with 36 power generators here, that's plenty enough for that one mechanic to stay busy when they need them. And that's why we set up that staff facility. You can have a maximum of 4 for the small staff facilities. And I think what we'll do, any future power needs or water supply issues can just be taken care of over here in this area. We have a lot of ride attendants that aren't really doing much, so maybe we should spend some time setting up the schedules for them. What we'll probably do is any extras that we have, we'll assign them to rides whenever, you know, the normal operators take their breaks or whatever. Yeah, just a second. Okay. I can stay up a little bit, because I get to go into work a little late tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow night. I'm going to be getting home late. So, I don't mind staying on and hanging out for a little bit. And I'd like to do something with the path over here. That kind of corners this off. Could even do... roughly the same thing. Now we have these straighter edges with more room to add more chairs around this. There's not even a lot of people on these, actually. Funny, they gradually work their way back to the, ah, whoa. That's kind of... Yeah, perfect spot for the chair. Snap back to the water pump a couple times. I don't think people really want to... No, I'm being too picky, just leave it. Straightening that out a little bit, but not a big deal. I wonder if the rounding tool would do anything with that. Take that miscellaneous chair here and see if we... I'll put those there for now. Now we have room to add a couple more. Oh, I've got to do all of those. I'm not worried about that right now. There's tons of chairs here. I mean, there's a couple hundred. It'd be nice to kind of clean that up a little bit. Kind of fix some of the paths around that there. Alright, what is the status of that? Oh, it's been serviced, but it's gonna expire. So she takes her break at so let me see where she is. Isaac and Roseanne. So let's go into staff. Oh, he's... Alright. Now these two can just float. And we'll have people that can just cover as needed. There we go. So that way they can cover the gaps when people on other rides have a break to take. What we could even do is just hire more and do like a straight, you know, kind of day-night shift sort of thing. Like 8 to 2 and 2 to 8. They'd still have to take breaks. Alright, why are people stuck on this? These are body dryers. That probably would make more sense in different areas. Yeah, let's actually do that. Let's... No. For right now. And then we have the guest service desks that we can relocate to somewhere else in the front of the park, perhaps. here maybe for a short time. Until we figure out exactly what we want to do. Alright, they're walking. Okay. Maybe what we could do yeah, we'll have to switch the station direction, build the exit down that way. The lines could even start over here. Okay. Alright, I've got an idea for what I want to do with this over here, this area. I think I do want to separate this. Monorail is probably going to get relocated. We might even consider just splitting the water out over here too. Wow. We could. There's always so much litter there. Okay. What? Really?
Yay!
Oh, there.
Woo!
Oh, wow. Okay. So let's see, do we have a free... Oh, yuck. A lot of people throw up off the swing. And even the bumper cars, really? Wow.
Whoa!
Yeah, come on and get that ride running. These people are just stuck. Probably a variety of guest facilities could be built on this side, especially if we kind of branch them that way. There's not really, well, there's a little back in that corner there, but oh, there's, yeah, the one guy in there. Alright, there we go. The ride's running. These people are going to be kind of unhappy that they were sitting, yeah, so long. That's kind of cool.
Hello, Hilapabu. Abalo?
Dolo!
Tack som helst för mig. Come on, så hotel de blue.
Like when the ride photos update like that. I'm thinking too, whenever we redo all of this, maybe we could, you know, try building a, like a station building. Would be pretty cool. Maybe Try putting a waterfall over that or something. I don't know.
Ualo na.
Number all of these in order. Have a little bit of a system. I know that's me being kind of picky, but might be easier to keep track of that way. Can't type. Come on. 31. Oh, that's the right number. Oh, these are all good. Okay. Nice. Now the numbers are all in order. That way, you kind of have an idea which one is which. If we really wanted to, we could get Ah, he's happy. Yeah, that way. Kind of remember. Never a line for that. That ride's not really doing much of anything. Not much really over there either. Kind of a thin crowd. So, well, it's midnight, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream and get myself ready for bed. So, that's been fun. Got a little bit of stuff done. Kind of focusing more on the management side. Oh, look at that. That was cool. They go through the loop and the corkscrew. Kind of, they were going up at the same time. So, kind of some sculpting today. Not really much in terms of ride additions. I had planned on that. But ended up just really kind of focusing on the behind the scenes and kind of design, so to speak. But I hope y'all still enjoyed it. I'm gonna be jumping off here. I will not be streaming tomorrow evening because I'm gonna be getting home late and I've got some stuff going on. I've got stuff to do. Probably pick back up Thursday. So, yeah, that's going to do it for this one. As always, until next time, take care, stay safe, we'll see ya.